Hello, Monday crew. Trayla, Dave, Nora, Soul Samurai, Tom Piet, Hannah, starting soon screen. I don't know if you saw Hannah, but I quickly switched it over to the night version just to show it off when I saw you say that. Ibsabius, Esper, Soph, Antagonist, Easy Azy, Tatsukura, Ark. Thank you, Jamun. I did indeed perfect. Oh, I'm not showing my face, hold on. I always appreciate that, Antagonist. I know West Coast, it ain't easy. It ain't easy. You ready for another peek? Hell yes. I'm really excited. Case 3 was awesome. It was really, really good. Awesome conclusion, and I don't know... I have no clue where the story could possibly go. I mean, we gotta uncover some mysteries. But outside of those answers that we're gonna get, I don't know. I have no clue. R.I.P. West Coast people. My stream times are convenient for a decent amount of my audience, which is lucky. But West Coast, it ain't easy out there. So I always appreciate anyone who comes out. But Antagonist is a consistent fixture in the streams. 7 a.m. start times. So thank you, Antagonist, and anyone else on the West Coast and anywhere in particular. Why are time zones? I agree. Thank you, Tom Piet. Thanks for all the fun times, AJ. Love this channel since I first found it when you started Ace Attorney 1. It's always such a chill time and you always make my day better. That's very sweet. Thank you for saying so, Tom Piet. Thank you very much. And thank you for the 8 months. Really appreciate it, and I hope you continue to enjoy. Reaction to Dallas getting Kyrie. I mean, who's gonna defend on Dallas? I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna turn out. How's it going, Santi? More peak on the way? I can't wait, Soph. I can't wait. I have good feelings about how it's all gonna come together, but as for Case 4, like, Case 4 seems like it's in a bit of an awkward spot. So, like, is it gonna be deep into the actual overarching plot, or is it gonna be kind of self-contained, or a bit of both? I don't know. MK, what's up, Monday crew? How's it going, MK? Zigludo? Xenoblade 3 destroyed my sleep schedule, so I'm here, I guess. Well, glad to keep you company in the middle of your Xenoblade 3 sleep deprivation. I hope you're enjoying Xenoblade 3. It's a very good game. Yeah, Ming was up during, deep into the night / morning. Oh, it's horrible, Nora. Citrica, how's it going? Sorry, my PC crashed. What happened? Nothing really, Dave. Just said hi. Hope you're doing well. Could I put my sub towards the Sekido video? Thank you, Santi. Real-time footage of Canada. Alright, so let's get started, though. Like I said, I'm very weirded out by, like, I don't know how Case 4 is gonna go, but excited to find out. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Oh god. Oh god, did it just start? Oh shit, hold on. Oh god. I was responding to my mom.
Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said.
Ooh.
Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
A very telling quote for this portion of the game. Our adventure is not over yet. I don't know if it's... Okay. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial in You know, Hannah, maybe this might be a good time to opt out of the streams if you're worried about spoilers. I don't know if you're still here, but it probably might be a good time if you're worried about spoilers. If not, we, of course, you know how it is. I would love you here, but yeah. No. We'll have the Attack on Titan streams in a month, and we'll have top 100 very soon. And it'll all be great. It'll all be great. And the One Piece lurking as well. But yeah, I don't want to ruin your story experience. Let me just get to a couple of alerts. Arenaeus, thank you for the follow. Hey Locks, thank you for the 5-month resub. Thank you very much. I'm finally caught up on all the VOD watching. I'm glad you enjoyed. Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. And bye, Hannah. Okay. Ooh, look at this. I just want some music to play while I say hi to a couple more people. Look at this CG. Okay, sorry, so just catching up while that cutscene played. Tinkaton t-shirt is lovely. Did you like the new gen? I had fun, Arc. I wouldn't call it a good generation. But, you know, I had fun. I'm glad I played it. Tinkaton is my reason for playing it, almost entirely. Get your coffin ready, sir? Oh dear, MK. Dave, I've been up all night after replaying the last 5 hours. Oh, sorry, this music's a bit loud. The last 5 hours of Xenoblade 1. Very worthwhile, Dave. I hope you enjoyed. And if you conk out, no worries. Horns fan, welcome in. Ramuki, welcome in. R.I.P. Lupin. Kingslayer, welcome in. How's it going, guys? Third case was so good. It was amazing. Without a doubt. Enoch? Oh, I'm gonna miss Enoch. I'm gonna miss Enoch so much. Hey, that's awesome, Remuki. I'm glad you enjoyed Gen 9. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, sorry, that you enjoyed it that thoroughly. To me, it's bereft of everything that made Pokemon games special. Almost everything. And just much worse. And this is the generation that kind of made me realize that the series has kind of moved on from why I loved it. But that's okay. That's okay. Oh, Enoch's so good. And right, Nora, it's the perfect backdrop to just... I need some music to be playing. It's so good. It's a very empty region. I agree, Citrica. It's not rich with cultural interest, intrigue, lore. I don't know. All the stuff I talk about in my Pokemon games, I just didn't see it there in this generation, unfortunately, or I didn't see it there with quality. I'm glad you're loving Arceus, Halox. I have a feeling Arceus might be much more up my alley. Okay. Hold on. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Thank you, Esper. I just had to cough, just to clear my throat. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. This song is, my god, already. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor? Excuse me, you mean? I knew that's what she was talking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to tell me about it. That probably means he knows then. Yeah, her dad has been sus for a while. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memory now. Hey Weaver, Case 4 hype. Like I said earlier, really interested to see what they do with this case. By the way, AJ, how do you feel about Kazuma returning? Did you see it coming even before it was revealed his body went missing? Oh yeah, without a doubt. Like, it was something in the back of my mind as... Like, as soon as we started hearing about... I think at the end of the first game, we started hearing about there's being this weird sort of plot between the two governments and Kazuma being essential to it. Like, the moment that happened, I had a thought that he would somehow come back. And the moment we see the masked man with Van Zieks, like, it was so clearly him. But yeah, it was pretty heavily hinted, so there wasn't really much doubt in my mind. Did I say that, Nora? Cool. I don't even remember saying that. And then, like, with regards to it happening, now that he's back, you know, I love Kazuma as a character. I love him a lot. I think he's great. And I'm glad that he's back. I just hope they do something good with him. Like, I hope he isn't back for just fan service and it's pretty hollow and there's no substantial reason for it. So as long as he's written well, then I'm down with it. But I suspect that he will be written well because he's clearly essential to the plot in some way. So, yeah. He might come back in a flashback. Yeah, I was definitely thinking that as well. That was also in the back of my mind, that he might come back in a flashback a la Mia, you know? But the moment we start hearing about him being relevant to the plot in that way, I'm just like, I have to say I underrated Dixon in my playthrough. Dixon's pretty great. For those who knew that Kazuma was around but still said AJ was ODing on copium, good work. Very good. Very good job. Very good job. There she is. Oh! Hello, Susato. How are you? I imagine, Nora. I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. You're also weird and sus. What's going on with the plot? Why don't you tell us things? Also, Judge was looking kind of good. Like, Judge is looking smooth. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. Fair enough, Kingslayer. They do got the drip. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as if I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishido? A firm tap should do it. Yes. I like how the judge's buttons are like Phoenix's badge. Oh, they are. They really are, aren't they? A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. Right, okay. I hereby pronounce the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Let me just turn the sound up for a second. Great sound effect, I do have to say. Yeah, Ryu's dead. R.I.P. Guilty! Huh, what? You're... The boy. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Ijoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Yeah, Dixon's genuinely quite good, Dave. Important for the lore, interesting characterization, some nice little details as well. The judge is an actual relevant character, and not just a tool for talking about how incompetent Japan's legal system is. All the above. Good, you remember now. That did the trick. Guilty. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. I wonder as well, Tompiet. It'll be interesting. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishido? What are you talking about, Yujin? Ha 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 ha! Of course, Judge Ijoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who, 16 years ago, came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. Wow, he's more relevant than... He's already more relevant, plot-wise, than any judge. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishido here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Why is this guy such a dork all of a sudden? Thank you very much. He's every bit as important as he looks. Yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. How's it going, Offie? Oh, sorry, Tompiet, I didn't read the rest of your message. I mean, as long as it isn't overbearing, I don't really know how to respond to that sort of thing. Outside of, like, sorry you didn't enjoy it as much, because I have no thoughts on the matter, having not played it. So, you can share. I'll let you know if it gets to be too much, for sure. Sorry, just catching up on chat a second. There's some excellent judges down the line, too. Down the line? Not in this game, right? I totally agree, Dave. Just be careful a little bit with spoilers for Xenoblade. Just don't get super specific. But yes, the little details with his relationships with the characters, like just the tiny little glances, little bits of voice acting, and all that sort of thing, I think is really, really good. And something that not a lot of people pay attention to, that you really get on the replay. Hey, Taduru, I'm doing really well. Lovely as always to be with the Mun's Day crew. It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago, that tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Down the line in the other games? Cool. Hopefully one day I'll be able to play them. So how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards, but it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? Cool, Dave. You've got a... My gosh, your backlog. I always tell you this, but your backlog always stresses me out. I hope you enjoy all of it, though. Those are all fantastic, minus one of them. I won't tell you which one. What do you think of Xenoblade 3's approach to voice acting and voice direction compared to the original? I think they're both very good. I think the original... Basically, every role in the original is really, really well done, I think. And I know some think it's cringy or cheesy, and it is sometimes, but I would always argue that it's well done, and it all works. There are a couple of roles in 3 that I don't think were cast too well, or directed too well. So I would put 1 a little bit ahead of it, but that aside, they're both good. They're both good. Who's to say, Offie? Who's to say? I've been good, Rockstar. How are you? It's a commitment, Kingslayer, for sure. We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. Hey, Dom. I'm very proud of you. Aww, best daughter. You're to say, AJ? Yeah, when it comes to those 4 and me saying one of them is the odd one out, it's pretty transparent, isn't it? I'm very proud of you, Father. That's good. Your pronunciation in Paris is almost perfect. The only thing is that the letters P, A, R, I, and S are silent. Alright, gotcha. Sorry. Hello again, Dom. Hello again, Rockstar. And, I try to keep it to 4 games at a time. Oh my gosh. I would never be able to do that. It's thanks to Seishido here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Yeah, how's it going, Riley? I can basically only do 2 games at a time. That's basically it. I'm playing this and Fire Emblem Engage right now, since I'm taking a break from Final Fantasy XIV. And that's the capacity. I need to be able to focus. Any more than that would be... my attention would be dragged all over the place. Yeah, me too, Tompiet. But hey, if Dave can do it, all the power to you. That is a crazy skill. Yeah, Engage is pretty fun so far. I have so many games I want to play, but I need to finish Umineko first. That is a... yeah. That is one that definitely requires full attention. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Soul Samurai. Susato's an S-tier character, top 10, but all characters fall short of the might of Toby. Toby always in our hearts. Toby better come back. Oh god. Andres is the worst salesman for a 14. Offie. Andres is the most anti-14 fan out there. What chapter are you in for Engage? Chapter 7. 7. And someone asked, I think it was Rockstar asked about how JJK chapter affected my view on the series. I wouldn't say it's changed things completely, but it's a huge plot development that like my investment I don't think has ever been higher. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. Yikes. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy. was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Impact? Asogi? Genshin Impact. You knew, I presume, father. Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Ooh, this song? He came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. We are, Nora. I'm so sorry in advance. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. And I think it was Tom Piet earlier, maybe? If it was someone else, please correct me, who said that these wooden sounds, like these knocks, is like someone clawing at a coffin. That's so good. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. Whoops. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth. It was not me. I wish I said that, though. Okay, my mistake. Whoever it was. Great point. And he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what actually happened, even in our homeland. Oh yeah, he is the ultimate slow cooker antagonist. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I wouldn't say that, Rockstar. Even, like, of course, you always want to see how the dust settles, but even if it does, like, I don't think the whole series, I don't think it changes the entire face of the whole series. I think it's a huge plot twist and development, but it doesn't make Jujutsu Kaisen a whole different story or anything like that, is all I'm saying. But I love it, and it's the most I've been invested since I started reading, like, weekly, and definitely since the end of Shibuya. And yes, because it's not a spoiler now, that part of the Professor song has Kazuma's theme mixed in. Does it really? I need to listen for that. Oh shit, that's really cool. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Sorry, I'll get to those questions in a second. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zieks. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part. As you know, we both thought that Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. Okay, so let me just answer those questions. Offie asked about Vinland Saga. So my overall thoughts on it, Offie, are that some of the character work is definitely changed in a way that I don't like. But the overall direction and execution, audio-visually, of the episode was amazing. That's how I would sum it up. And Tom Piet, is there a way to experience the story without playing the game? I couldn't tell you, Tom Piet. Sorry about that. I'm only experiencing it by playing it. As you know, we both... there might be YouTube videos out there, but, like, I don't know. The story... I don't know how immersive that would be. Up to you. As you know, we both thought that Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. I wouldn't say so, Offie. But he didn't die, he's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared to even dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him here in London, he didn't know who either of them were, or either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. It's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? No. Please, let's talk to him. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genjin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. The big three? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, MK. No, please visit. Like, how is he restraining himself? The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. Kazuma Asogi is no longer gay? Say it ain't so. Kazuma Asogi is not Kazuma Asogi if he's not gay. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at the Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a... Oh, true, Esper. Very true. At a great... Oh my god, I found the funniest tweet today. Oh my god. Hold on, I really have to show this, because I thought of Van Zieks for some reason. Okay? Hold on. Give me a second, let me cook. Let me cook for a second. This is... I was dying laughing at this. Hold on. I need to show you guys. And it reminded me of Van Zieks immediately, and I couldn't tell you why. Am I crazy? Please just let me know. But hold on. I gotta shift things for a second. Okay. So here we go. Let me get OBS here. Sorry. Oh no. Oh god. Hold on. Oh Jesus. Let me move that. I promise it's worth it. So this will capture... Okay. Alright. There we go. I saw this morning and I was dying laughing, and it reminded me of Van Zieks. I don't know why, okay? Well, I do know why. Hold on. If you've seen this, it's hilarious.
Been having a lot of sexual escapades as of late, you know, like having little adventures with some freaky Chicago girls. And I've come to the realization, I've been talking to one, that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
Why did that remind me of Van Zieks? I don't know. It's probably the pegging isn't that gay part. I don't know. I can't tell
Objection!
you. Kingslayer objects. I'm so sorry. I know this is probably baseless. Hold on. And then he just falls. Yeah, hold on. Let me play it again.
I've been having a lot of sexual escapades as of late, you know, like having little adventures with some freaky Chicago girls. And I've come to the realization, I've been talking to one, that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay. Trish and Astro Jellyfish just walk in on... I'm so sorry. The fall, it's perfect. It's art. Let us discuss the hypothesis this nice young man has put on the table. Is pegging gay? Yeah. TikTok reaction channel. Great Ace Attorney took a weird turn in case 4. For anyone just coming in now, I don't know why that reminded me of Van Zieks.
Because there are characters who would own it in Great Ace Attorney. Welcome in Astro Jellyfish. Welcome in Trish. He would totally try to argue it like that, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Kingslayer, for the 500 bits and the objection. Thank you very much for the 500 bits. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Rockstar, you're misinterpreting me. I didn't say that it didn't affect the story much. I'm saying it didn't completely change Jujutsu Kaisen as a story entirely. That's all. How did he fall twice? I don't know. I don't know, Dave. What is it with this men in this game and being gay and slutty? Affectionate. Very, very affectionate. Anyways, back to Great Ace Attorney, where there's definitely no pegging whatsoever. The couple of seconds of utter silence after he falls makes it for me. Oh, it's perfect. And the one guy trying to help him up. He went to do research at a great... Okay, yeah. No pegging an Ace Attorney? Guess I'm not playing. Well, let's not be too hasty, Trish. True, Remuki. True. Very true. It was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. No more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with, bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Kaden, his name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness in the secret hearing and tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Oh my god. What did he do? Suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. He had such an impact. Definitely. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. I'm not gonna say it. It's obvious. I would say so, antagonist. Aww. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Sorry, Dave. I shouldn't have held you here for so long, sorry. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Music. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Best siblings. I love them so much. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I actually started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, no. Wow. Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Aw, man. That kind of took me aback. I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishido offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. I assume so, antagonist. Don't worry, Eugen, you're just an ace attorney parent, it happens. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. Ain't that the truth? I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. I'm so excited because this case has the best OST. Really? Ho-ho! Best OST in this OST? That's a big proclamation. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that I took so long. Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. Susato always makes me do this. Me too, Trish. She's such a sweetheart. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. Oh! Oh! Wait, no! I wanted it to linger there. That was adorable. Oh, why didn't it linger? It was there for like 3 seconds. Not even. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. Just this scene alone has done so much for my connection with Eugen. Yeah, Ryu was so shifty. 0 out of 10. Damn straight, Tompiet. I wish it lingered there. I wish it would advance by me pressing A or something. Well, I'm pleased then, but we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Oh, absolutely, antagonist. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. This does look like an expensive hotel. Alright. Let's go to... hey, Sultan! I'm feeling great. How are you? Let's go to... I guess... Let's just go in order. Were you such a cutie? Can you marry young Asogi? He's desperate. 1st of November. My favorite... Like, one of my favorite months. I missed the last One Piece stream, but I will watch the VOD later. Okay, cool. Hope you enjoy it when you do. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do this. It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful, and the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter. I can't handle them. Why are they so adorable? Your father, Judge Jijoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Why do you love February? Oh no, I don't love February. I actually very much dislike February. I love November. Glad you enjoyed it, Horns fan. Yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. My favorite character, Judge Jijoku. King shit. He got charges of his own because he was defending... Well, actually, that's probably not king shit. I don't know. We need more context. We need to know. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. I love September because I get to sleep in until someone wakes me up at the end of it. September is my birthday, and it's when summer turns to autumn, and there's something romantic about that. When it really starts cooling down, the leaves start changing. I love September. Oh, yeah, that would be perfect, Offral. You could post it in Ace Attorney. That would be great. Oh, I see. Tom Piet. That was mean. Nocturnal Erm. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. I'm joking, Tom Piet. It's totally fine. It was a joke. I am nothing if not open to being made fun of. Shrooms are sweet. Interesting, Trish. February is actually the busiest birthday month for me. Yeah, exactly, Tom Piet. The only thing your message was missing was the Alexand clown. Judge Jigoku. I've been saying, what? What's with the accents? What's going on? What is this sound I'm supposed to voice act? Oi? Oi? What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Oi? Hey, Briggs, welcome in. A little German boy? Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? I really hope so. I do hope not. What's happening? Italian agey time? Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is. Oui, chef. Ah, cool, Santi. That's cool. Just came in and already so many questions. Me too. I don't do it anymore. Mon ami. Mon ami. Oh, that isn't Italian. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. Who? I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. New automatopoeia just dropped. How's it going, Jasco? Gina! Right, you two, you coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison, it's dark and damp and I don't like it. H's range. The darkness, it is my friends. I am not scared. I'm so sorry, French people. But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I'm not gonna do that consistently. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down at the yard. Now get moving. Oh, I love the contrast. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Hello, Iris. Oh, so one's French and one's Italian. Okay. For some reason, I thought they were related, but the hair color is different, is it not? Yeah. Can you make an entire video speaking like that? If I'm down to lose all my subscriber base. And thanks, Iris, and thanks, you great detective. Gina is amazing. French and thoroughly entertained. Glad to hear it, liar. Just like in the past. I think I remember you saying something similar. Glad to carry it on. You're gonna gain subs. You'll keep at least one? Okay, perfect. Did I just miss Italian, AJ? You did. I did a couple sentences. Gina makes such a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Kino. Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. It's always great when you do foreign accents. I'm glad, Tom Piet. Well, did you find your daddy? Okay, we'll do the next two lines French and then Italian, respectively. Thank you, Sultan, for the 100 bits. Sorry, let me just get up the alerts. Oh, you're gonna see behind the scenes for a second? There we go. Thank you for the 100 bits. I was watching your last review on YouTube, and the AJP's comments are becoming my favorite part. I love seeing the different perspectives of the series from other people, and your enthusiasm reading them is contagious. I feel like I don't say this enough, but I really enjoy your content. It's becoming my comfort place. Thank you so much. That's incredibly sweet, Sultan. I'm glad you like the AJP's comments too, because, like, I enjoy them a lot. I know a few people do as well. And for those who don't enjoy them, there's the timestamps to skip past them. But yeah, glad you enjoyed. The real voice of Mario is here. Oh, if we'll ever see Caribbean AJ, I doubt it. I doubt it. Okay. Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friends. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. That's all. That's all you're getting. Yes, of course. Oh, that was horrible tone for the... That was a horrible, horrible thing to do for the Italian... Oh, God. Oh, I'm so sorry, Iris. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh, dear. I just realized what I said in that horrible, horrible Italian accent. Iris, I'm so sorry. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing, you idiot? Oh my god. What is he doing? Oh, no. No. Thank you for the follow, Dorfenklis. Oh, no. Oh. This chapter is... Or, sorry, this case is unhinged. Ah. Oh, yeah, they're much more than that antagonist. They're full, like, reviews. They're full... I go through each major event and give my thoughts on it and review it. There's individual sections. It's much different. It's a much different experience than the streams. Holy shit, what are you doing? He dyed his eyebrows too. Oh. Oh, Monald's Rick Donald. Oh my god. Hey, NL. Welcome in. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Why is he grinning? Thank you, Horns fan. That's very sweet of you to say. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Speaking from experience, you can't dye over that red. We have lost something significant this day. Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Why are we not addressing this? This is a bigger twist than Kazuma. Whatever is going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Yeah, down to the E tier. Sholmes is gonna have his own, his own tier. Sholmes E-Boy arc. Oh, God. Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. Oh? And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. Oh, the collaboration between Gina and Sholmes? I dig it. You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. Hey, accordion hearts. I was busy talking to some Canadians, and now you're talking to another Canadian. Welcome in. So those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. Do tell. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? See you, Tatsukura. Enjoy your class, and hope your work goes well. Is that Kazuma's mask on the table? It's a mask. I need him to move out of the way to confirm. What was the greatest problem? Oh, yeah. Ginger Shomes isn't real. He can't hurt you. Ginger Shomes. Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Shomes? I don't believe that's what Kazuma's mask was. I could be wrong. How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance, and the best song? Well, I think I've heard of talk of it somewhere, possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been... The strings. It has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Shones? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent! So based. Back up to the S tier. Back up to the S tier. I totally agree, Tompiet. It is so beautiful. See you, Santi. See you later, Santi. Churches are about to go berserk on the Great Ace Attorney when they find out about this. Yeah. The problem of capitalism. Huh. Come on, Ryu. Herlock hates landlords? Unbelievably based. What, did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tispel's only the other day? I say that, but my landlord's actually very good. My landlord in university was a nightmare. You know what my landlord in university made me do? This is insane. This is crazy. Listen to this. So I was living in a student house, right, in university, and my bedroom was in an offshoot of the house. Like, it wasn't in the main building. It was a part that was built later. So it was like an offshoot of the house, out of the kitchen. One day in my room, I woke up and the ceiling tiles had caved in and there was water just pouring into my room. This is Canada. And so I couldn't sleep there, right? I couldn't sleep there. So we had a spare living room, or we just had like a living room, like a common area, and so I had to start sleeping there, like immediately, because there was water in my damn room. And so I contact my landlord. Yeah, what a way to wake up, indeed. I contact my landlord and told him this, and sent pictures and everything. And you know what he says? He sent me instructions for how to, because this is the dead of winter. So part of the problem was that there was ice on the roof that was melting and causing that. So he sends me instructions on how to get onto the roof, break the ice, fix the tiles, put back the ceiling tile, and, like, help with the damage. Like, he gave me instructions for how I should do that. And I said, okay. Well, thank you for the information for what you're gonna do, because that's not my job. I'm a student. I'm paying rent. So TLDR, Shom's extremely based. Did you not receive a rather large money from Madame Dispels the other day? If you're the Lord of the Land, that's your... Exactly. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you really sent me the audacity. I was kind of impressed. They're like, okay, I'm sorry to hear about your room being flooded with water. You fix it. Here's how you do it. I'll do you the courtesy of telling you how to fix it. Spend your limited free time during the day fixing the roof. Yeah. No, don't worry, Tom Piet. I totally got you. Did the landlord eventually fix it? Yeah, because I said no, I'm not doing that. Like, who do you think you are? So they eventually fixed it. It didn't take too long once I said no. But I did have to sleep in the living area for a couple days. Excuse me. Maybe if you had gotten a free month or two of rent, sure, yeah. It was unbelievable. So yes, the TLDR, Shomes is a revolutionary. Can you blame a man for trying? I guess not. They do shit like that in hopes that people don't realize it's not their responsibility. Yeah, it's so exploitative. It's so scummy. Raccoons, oh my gosh, Dave. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car from me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Hold on, let me dissect this statement. He got a large sum of money from Madame Dispels. He spent it on a car. And he's saying that it... Like, he's complaining that it's disappeared? Also, what is the balance here? He gave her a potted plant? And got a car for him? I mean, I guess he earned it. Whatever. Do your thinking. He needed the new Lambo for the potted herb for the street cred in it. Yeah. Oh yeah, me too, Tom Piet. I went to university and then college, and I lived with my parents during college, and I'm thankful for that. Big time. Oh, Shomes is a communist revolutionary, hence the red hair. Ah. This is the most chaotic case already. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. How are you paying your rent? And what was the answer? Why? There is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Wow. That's incredible, Erm. That's incredible. Is there a difference between university and college? There is in Canada, at least. University, I mean, it's just in the naming schematics for wherever you go, but also just in terms of the overall stylistic, the style of the education programs you take. University tends to be very theoretical, much less intimate, but much more accredited in some places. Like huge lecture halls, blah, blah, blah. Colleges are much more hands-on. Obviously, there are exceptions, but that's just my experience overall. I think it's Iris's fault? Fair. Don't tell me. Let me see? Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is right in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. Ah, it's a new tie, a new bow tie. The new bow tie. In the end? Zoom in. It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. How is this going to help him with rent? I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Ah, makes sense, MK. I'm sorry, Dave. It helps with rank because he can work as a clown now. Oh. Yeah, the eyebrows kill me, Riley. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Why is he trying to act all epic with that hair, with the song playing? You're not fooling me, sir. That case aboard the SS Beria in January, Cosmo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee the subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? What are you guys memeing about? Oh dear. AG looking at a spider web like, yo, the strings. Right there. Oh, the strings. I'm kidding, luckily my computer room doesn't actually have a spider web. I guess so, MK. A gross error in judgment? That's a first, yeah. I'm really sorry about that, Dave. I was really lucky that I finished college right before COVID hit. But I've heard stories very similar to yours. Okay, oh, no. Is Iris talking? Can we talk with Iris? Nope, okay. Alright, let's move. We have to talk to Strongheart. I kind of want to go here first. Oh. Okay, nothing there. Then it's just Strongheart. Alright, King. What you got?
One that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
The peg man himself. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. Welcome in, Adzel. Great Ace Attorney Mondays. Beautiful. Yeah, that's what they're talking about right now, of course. Yeah, look, they were big talking about that, and then we come in, and Van Zieks is like, oh shit, here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings, right? Yeah. Oh god. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. Oh my goodness, Trish. That's good. Like, some classes are able to adjust to it really well. In some cases, Trish, while others, it's just a complete nightmare. What's Lord Van Zieks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? Says he's giving proceedings, actually giving a comedy routine. This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Oh god. Oh, he sees us. Oh. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. It is, MK. The lore. The rich mythos of Great Ace Attorney. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Well, listen, Offie. Right here, the brass. No strings here. The brass kills it right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. Yeah, the strings come in here and they're great, like Nora says. But the brass here, ugh. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? Yeah, I don't know, Accordion. These past few days... Wow, Dave has already seen my dying moments. It's crazy. Like, why is he so shifty like that? He looks at him, then gives us that dirty-ass look. These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe. Ryu, please. Ryu. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Nice one, antagonist. An admirable job. Upstanding. Didn't we know? We knew that Cosmo was missing, right? Like, he just said he was gonna leave. I think. Unless I'm remembering wrong. Will those be archived as a VOD? What are you talking about, Ramuki? Hey, Bellatrix. Welcome in. I meant to ask you about your name. Was Bellatrix like your favorite Harry Potter character or something close to that? Or is the username referring to something else? Not long ago, visitor numbers at the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening, the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement, congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between police organizations around the globe will be essential. Excuse me. Which is why the landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. The New World? Yeah, big imperialism moment. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. I can't believe it, Oratorio. Strongheart is the greatest attorney equivalent of Kuma? I don't know. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. Reformation? So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I gotcha, Bellatrix. Cool. I was just curious. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. Thank you for explaining. With Dr. Seiss at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. Yeah, exactly, we were. The Kuma Strongheart mix, the fusion, 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science right now, or science now. This incident will set our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. Yikes. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Tell him. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I still reform this country's policing when I will still reform when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice. That guy's looking weird. Have you seen his skin? He is definitely a vampire. Yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. I don't think so. Briggs? I don't think so. Yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. About Lord Van Zieks' biceps. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. He appeared then fell off a stage. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he has an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know. That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Impact. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Yes, Genshin Asogi. Kazuma became a stowaway just like his boyfriend? Oh. So romantic. I didn't want Van Zieks to be bogged down by being racist. Oh, that's literally what he said. I didn't want to deal with his troublesome racism. Really, Offie? Interesting. The mutton chops and all? We did, Propinkist. Also, hello, Propinkist. The Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. I'll try to listen for it, Nora. What are we investigating? We're just interrogating Strongheart about Kazuma, basically. It has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. Right here? Okay, I got you. Slowed down and very somber. Supporters of a mass murderer? Jaegerists? Holy shit. The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Yeah, different key for sure. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a few fair thinkers in London believed anyway. That is wild. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. So, Clint. Interesting, alright. We have nothing to investigate. Like, we're just vibing. Wow, you got it first time. Tom Piet, that's crazy. Okay. Yeah, what is the case here? Oh my god, he's still there. What are you doing? Stop it. Oh god. Okay, so there's nothing. Okay. I'm missing something either here. There's nothing to present, so I think I'm missing something in. I do like this fireplace. Oh, I meant to do the mask. Hold on. Because I think the mask is new. I'm pretty sure it is. Susato real concerned that Ryu's gonna put his feet into the fire? I worry sometimes about how Susato sees me. It's okay, Dave. No worries at all. The mask Cosmo wore when he... Okay, that is his mask. Okay, yeah, Briggs got it. I didn't know if it was the same one. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Fireplace. Yeah, don't worry about it at all, Dave. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help but feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? And they were best friends. That was a little bit sad, wasn't it? Stradivarius. Strogivore. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time. Okay. This looks like... Okay, this might be it. This looks like last week's edition. What's the article circled in red ink? It's an advertisement column. It says... Okay. All right, okay. To the Redheaded League. The Redheaded League, what's that? I don't know, I never heard of it before, but... Look how proud he looks. Is there something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Look how proud he is. Monald Rick Donald. The Redheaded League article has been entered into the court record. Okay, so I guess we present this to Sholmes. Alright, sir. What are you cooking? It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Redheaded League, does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related. To your future in the circus. To your bright red hair. It was a beautiful joke, Trish. Oh, he's chuckling. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that... Oh, that's Ryu talking. I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Hey, Pedrolito. To your future career in Twitch streaming. Hope you're doing well today, Pedrolito. Regale or boast? Boast. Boast all you want. I'm doing great. Thank you, Pedrolito. R.I.P. colorblind people. Yeah, I wonder... there's lots of different types of colorblindness and different variations. I do wonder how this specific shade comes across. What is the Redheaded League? You noticed it in the paper. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. Power Flare, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the full year of support. You now have a spider with the beautiful purple number 1 in it. Thank you so much for the consistent support, Power Flare. Always love seeing you in chat. Excuse me. Always love seeing you in chat. Hope you continue to enjoy, and thank you. Yeah, some people see bright red as green. That may be it. In which case, holy shit, I need to see Sholmes with this green hair. You're very welcome, Power Flare. Thank you very much again. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Redheaded League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. Sekido video, great choice. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week. But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given. Sekido more like Pikido? Yeah, I saw that, Jamon. But surely every redheaded person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. Yeah, I'm curious too, Kingslayer. It's crazy because on one hand it feels like you've been streaming forever, on the other hand it feels like you just started yesterday. I totally agree. It's very weird in that way. It's been, I guess, a year and a month, so 13 months. since I started. That's a decent amount of time, but I still feel like I'm a noob with it. I don't know. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, so once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. Is Sholmes left out? But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. Thank you, Trish. That's very sweet of you to say. I definitely think I've become more natural at it. The first couple of months of streaming, I was a little bit of a nervous wreck. And like very kind of stilted. But I've definitely loosened up since then. And feel much more comfortable. So thank you for saying so. That's very nice. Is Twitch one of AJ's top tier financial decisions? I guess. I guess so, yeah. Especially with how amazing the support is from you guys. I guess I'd have to say so, yeah. You get me, Offie. Starting off is the hardest part, yeah. Holmes killed and replaced one of their members. Holy shit, this got dark really fast. Oh, what the? Holy shit, I never just chalked what he just said. As luck would have it, one member recently passed away. You sick man. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to join in his place. Correct? I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a redheaded fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go wrong? Oh no. Oh no, he's in his Bokuto down phase. What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Your blunder. Sholmes killed a man? Cancel Sholmes? What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? Did you bathe in the blood of your enemies and turn it red that way? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. What is it? I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Yeah, he took a red Sharpie bath. He took a food coloring bath. I would recommend just giving it a try. Like, the hardest part really is just starting, Dave. Once you've done your first stream, that's the hardest one. In my experience, at least. And Amori is a great game to stream. Chemistry? He's cosplaying Shanks. Oh, okay. I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. Sholmes knows Walter White. I can't believe Great Ace Attorney invented Breaking Bad. I think I'll pass. But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Heh. Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you. You mean to say... But of course. To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals is more than just a little danger, surely. Oh, I gotcha, Vega freaks. I'll get to that in a second. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the Redheaded League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with redheaded folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front, but when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation? Suffering from success. Suffering from success, isn't he? So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." Naturally. After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Great automatopoeia there. Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend! Okay, Vega Freak says, I have to say this in a French accent. Let me just scroll up to get it. I really dig this game, but I'm stutter in my reading sometimes because I'm still thinking about Boa Hancock. I hope that was okay. He's not the brightest, but he has unmatched energy. I'm in love with him. I mean, you guys know how I feel about him. I do hope it's an exciting case. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. Glad to have you back, Trish. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before rent is due. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please, juror number 2? Yup. Time to color in the hair on your Sholmes charm agent. I guess so. I guess so. It's okay, Offie. It's okay, Offie. I expected it. Please find my husband. He's run away. Offie's run away? Wow. Yeah, she's juror number 2. Oh, God. What are you depressed about? To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Quick, we gotta save some time budget by reusing a juror. Obviously the MILF, right? Naturally. Of course. I see, Offie. What's the matter, Miss Susato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure that I've seen her somewhere before, very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Evie Vigil? Evie Vigil? Evie Vigil? I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. There you go. There's your rent. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Evie? Okay. Evie, okay, gotcha. I love how you guys use the Pokemon spelling. That's the way to... That's the best way to instantly make me understand how to pronounce that. Also playing Persona 5 as I'm watching, and Akechi is up to some shit, right? Oh, yeah. He tends to be. He tends to be, Trish. Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand. Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say this before this pair, anything which you may say to me. Oh dear. Evie Vigil, Evening Vigil. There we go. I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Alright, Evie. What you got? Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps. Oh my, pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. Oh, she's got a little bit of a some low-key sadism. Do you want me to get rid of that expectation, Offie? Should I just write it off mentally? I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? It writes itself. You can keep it as true? Okay, will do. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Nothing really more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. What? Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily. Evening vigil, daily vigil. Say one nice thing about Evie Vigil. He's 40 years of age. Let's see. I love her hat. I do love her hat. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman by appearance, at least. How long have you been married? Why would you say that? He's missing. Oh. It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. Sholmes sees what I'm saying about the hat. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right, he's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard. That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare these dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged, excuse me? She's definitely cheating, or he's definitely cheating. Barclay Prison. We've heard that before. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a rather large cemetery. Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why. Okay. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry? Yesterday? That really is recent, laughably so. The truth is my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to return home at night, but this is different. For him to not make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down right away, or anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. Do you have blonde hair dye, by the way? You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Sholmes is so benevolent. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the info I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with the good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. Uncommon Sholmes L. Very uncommon. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Okay. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. I remember someone yesterday, or not yesterday, the last stream, saying that this case has some of the best stuff in the series and some of the worst. Interesting. I wonder what the worst are. Can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Very base, Nora. This is one of my favorite twists. Ooh. Just the best? People are negative about Case 5? Interesting. This is my favorite case in Greatest Journey? Really? Interesting. Oh, that's cool. I can't imagine what they would be referring to with the worst stuff. We shall see. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her the good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Those eyes didn't look pleading to me. I love this case and the next case more than Case 3. Interesting. I always like the controversial ones, or like tackling them to see how I will feel. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing's surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked, at Barclay Prison. So you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Yeah. Yeah, it has the ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. It all connects. Imagine Sholmes abducting the man just to receive payment for finding him. Case 5 of this game is by far the best in either Great Ace Attorney. I'm very excited. Yeah, we'll see, Briggs. We'll see. I miss Enoch, me too. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Your playthrough of 2-3 made me actually like and appreciate it, despite all the worst parts. Which one's 2-3 again? Is that the McGilded one? Oh, no, of Great Ace Attorney. So, like, this past one. Last week. Cool, I'm glad either way. Oh, Justice for All. Okay. Okay, Justice for All. Yeah. That one was... Those streams were tons of fun. Like... I mean, when the yikes moments came, we were definitely not holding back on the yikes moments. But the streams were really fun. The gravity deduction, oh my god. Surely you needn't ask. And I get that, Propinkist. I get that. And that's too bad, Weaver. Case 3 had good characterization for Van Zieks too? Yes, it did, for sure. One day, AJ will play 4-3 and will expose its positive strengths to all. Can't wait, I'm counting down the days. I can't possibly be seen with this hair! Uh-oh. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Great then, Propinkist. Of course you are. It's really cool how that worked out, Nora. Okay. New location? Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Look at that clock! Oh, I need that clock. Next time you consider gifting subs, just send me this clock instead. Oh boy. This place is full of hardened criminals. Oh god, I cannot do this voice. I can't remember the last time a civilian was down here. I can't do it. I just can't do it. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. I'm the governor, Barry Kaden? Barry Kaden. Me too, a little bit, Trish. Barry Kaden. Barricading, right. Yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. As an Easterner, and an Easterner I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? Ah, true, Halox. Yeah, I can get that for sure, Esper. It can be difficult to understand, even for me sometimes. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, let me hear the music. I don't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Oh, boy. Oh, he does look like Armstrong. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Least racist Ace Attorney character. True. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. Look at the toucan. That bird has no space. Get it a bigger cage, please. Bird D-arms. Oh no, Trish. Someone please get the bird a bigger cage. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known! You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? Whoa. You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all, we're just... Get gone with you, before I punch your lights out. Quite subtle, Halox. We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Okay, so we need proof. Governor Kaden, what are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in a conversation recently somewhere. Did it? I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Oops. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Genshin sure had an impact on this story. Oh? The boy? That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. I can't believe Kazuma's dad invented gacha gaming. Definitely deserved it. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, now that you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Governor Kaden, you mean? I'm guessing it's going to be the next stream, but I'm really excited to know what you think about one of my favorite songs in any game. I've heard of it, Kay. It's been mentioned earlier. I think MK mentioned it. I'm very excited. So it is the same man. Father, you must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you see, I'm very busy. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Sorry. You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's minds, or thoughts. Or could it be that you Nadahodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Alright. Perfect. Good luck then. And the letter just says, I do what I want. Yeah, let's see it. Does this say... Incomprehensible. He really is a doctor, huh? least illegible doctor handwriting. Oh, whoops. It looks like it says, any manga? I kind of see what you mean. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Kaden. What's this then? You can't even pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student? Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. Jings, you're the young man's daughter? Am I going to examine it? Well, now that you said that, I guess so. Blackbird Line? Some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse First Class Cabin 1. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. That's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, right? It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary, and I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Scotland, an exclamation of surprise. I see. Thank you, Oratorio. Okay. That seems relevant. This is bizarre. And you didn't think to mention that afore. I do apologize. Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea? And didn't I forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits? Handcuff biscuit. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from at the outset now. So then, what can I do for you, Hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It surely's been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I have heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part of him being only missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? I of course. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and... was? Dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Ryu. Me and you. Aye, he doesn't work here anymore. He left the job. Okay. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago. I like this animation, by the way. He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it, haven't heard the fellow's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Kaden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job? That's important, is it? Oh, me too, Offie. Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. I agree, Trish. It's really interesting in that way. So Mr. Vigil has actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? Like the vertical lines Trish is talking about? Very cool. In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice. You mean he was dismissed? Oh, me neither, Nora. I mean, I don't have Celtic ancestors, but... after a particular walk... Sorry? A walk? What? What's going on? A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any execution. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Wait, what? He did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm at no liberty to answer that. I see. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken? Yes, I can imagine. The advances in medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the lab just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinner's. It's still in use today. St. Sinner's, that's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right, we've been there. Mikotoba and I oft used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye. And we used to sit in there for hours and hours and gab on about dissections and all sorts. Ugh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father, reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well, I can't tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Oh, for sure, Nora. It is really, really good. They've clearly, like, as authentic as possible. Does this mean Enoch may have sold some bodies to Mikotoba? Genshin's impact continues to be horrific. I wasn't going to say it. Found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now. Are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original. Thank you very much, Governor Kaden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back. That case is closed. Has he really not blinked? That's crazy. He may be a robot. I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. All right. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Scottish people don't blink, ever. Wow. Yeah, he doesn't want to see us again. Yeah, that's why he turns around. To blink as much as possible. We're back. Hello, you two. She's so cute. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones. Ah, that's what the delicious... I'm done. I'm out of here. Bye, guys. Have you ever seen such a disaster? Have you ever seen a disaster this big of a man? Can't wait for more of this Wednesday. Greetings, my dear fellows. I am terrified. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I knew Sherlock was a fan of powder in the books, but I just thought it was cocaine. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. It may have been advisable, yes. Yes, I think so. He's looking like he-they-lock Sholmes. My favorite character, he-they-lock Sholmes. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Yes. Something very surprising, in fact, though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that Sholmes! Queen? Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Oh. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade had made no mention of my hair whatsoever. Shut up! Someone shut this man up. She's clearly upset. You tactless loser. It's the boss. What? Gregson dies? What? They just found his body, shot with a pistol. What the hell? I'm genuinely flabbergasted at that. The chips got him? Oh no. Oh no, Propinkus. No. Where are the fish and chips? Are they safe? Oh no. What the hell happened? He was murdered? I'm so sorry, Soul Samurai. Not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. What? Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson he was really shot. Yeah, the animation here is really good. I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still here investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. Yeah, I love, you know, the hair is genuinely whiplashy and bizarre still, but I love how Sholmes is so deadly serious now. So deadly serious. Yeah. I love that Propinkist. He was perhaps investigating a case. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. They caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? Yeah, can someone please put an arm around her? I still can't believe it in myself. Gina? It was the Reaper? Wait a minute, you don't mean... They've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? What? Are we gonna defend Van Zieks? What was he doing with Strongheart? What was going on? That Reaper blow's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Van Zieks? Did Toby die? No. The next worst thing. Gregson. And Van Zieks did it? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barak Van Zieks the police have arrested. What is happening? I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. When our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Oh, this poor girl. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway. I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come. As soon as you can. You've got to help. This is heartbreaking seeing her like this. Wow, seeing Gina like that is so disarming. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Nodohodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. I love Serious Sholmes. And yeah, his animation CL, ugh. Inspector Gregson dead, Lord Van Zieks arrested. Bruno, Susie. I've called you a hansom. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato? Yes. This is unbelievable. Oh, whoops. Wait. Prison or this place first? Let's go prison first. Fix your hair, though. Holy shit. Yeah, the tone just went, like, total 180. There he is, Lord Van Zieks behind bars, just reading something. Me too, CL. It really shows... it really shows where her heart is at, who she really depends on. She goes to us immediately, or Sholmes particularly. Sholmes and us. There he is, he's behind bars. What are you reading? So it's true, he really was arrested. Yeah, it's like 1-4 defending Edgeworth, absolutely. He's sitting with his back to the wall reading something. I don't think he noticed us. Lord Van Zieks, Sarah, welcome in. Followers mode disabled. Hearkening the return of Sarah. A lot has just happened, Sarah. I have to go to the gym. Goodbye, Van Zieks, my favorite pegging enthusiast. Yeah, welcome in, Sarah. If that saying confuses you, then good. Have a good time at the gym, Trish. Abven, welcome in. You picked the perfect time to tune in. You did indeed. Pegging, yup. So let me just quickly, for Abven, Sarah, and anyone who may be joining us recently, I saw this post on Twitter. I'll just play the audio for it really quickly. No, you know what? I gotta play the whole thing. I'll link it. How about that?
I've been having a lot of sexual escapades as of late, you know, like having little adventures with some freaky Chicago girls. And I've come to the realization, I've been talking to one, that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
So I saw this on Twitter. He cuts off because he falls off the stage. I'll link you right here. Right there. Check it out for yourself if you'd like. I saw that on Twitter this morning, and it reminded me of Van Zieks. And now Van Zieks is in jail. Implying Van Zieks gets into sexual escapades. That part may be a bit different. I don't think Van Zieks is into freaky Chicago girls. I need to process all that for a second. No worries, Sarah. We'll be here when you're done. He's into freaky Chicago boys, exactly. Fancy meeting you here. Why do you say that? Why are you so calm and dramatic? See ya, Trish. Yeah, Abben. Yeah, he's in horny jail. And or jail for literally killing Gregson, a secondary character in the story. So, Gregson. The music playing, oh my god. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Bars, I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... No jail can hold the Reaper, true. He probably expected this day to come, true. You know, Van Zieks has been waiting for like 3 hours, standing exactly like that, waiting for Ryu to stop by and say that, true. True times 3. Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. He does, Sarah. He really does. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading in the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Or someone you know as it happens. Albert Hairbrain. There isn't a single bottle of wine in sight. How cruel. Yeah, he's arrested for murder and he's worrying about his friend instead. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Yeah, it doesn't feel real, Riley. It doesn't feel real that Gregson's dead. It has not washed over me. Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual. The music cue. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. We haven't seen a body yet, he can still be alive? True, we can cope. And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's nothing really I can add. Oh, Sarah. Right, Sarah? Also, there are parts, if you're going to look at the VOD, you need, even if you're just going to skim through it, you need to see my reaction to seeing Sholmes for the first time in the stream. You need to see that. Now that it's out in the open, there are a bunch of parallels between the case of the first and second game. And one of the parallels between the second cases of each is that the victim was presumed to be dead but lived. I guess that's right. I guess that's true. Huh. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? Stop it, Avi. I'm trying to grieve for Gregson. I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? No, don't get me wrong, Avi, I love it. I love it. Talk about pegging all you want. Are they really your homies if they're not the ones pegging you? I guess not. I don't need to answer that. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. We are representing you. Shut up. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked. Surely not. Very nice, Offie. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? Can't believe the police let Van Zieks keep weapons in his jail cell, his massive arms. It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer more than I. However, it seems things may have come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. That's what I was literally just thinking in that, Esper. If Van Zieks is the defendant, who's going to be prosecuting? I mean, the first assumption would be ouchie, but I'm not sure if that fits the tone. I'm not sure if that fits the tone here. I can't believe Kazuma's going to be a prosecutor. Godot? What does he mean by that? Edgeworth is prosecuting. Nice, nice. Things may come to a head. Oh crap, no! I picked the wrong dialogue. Okay. Phoenix Wright prosecuting? After the trial, Professor Harebrayne was supposed to go back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. Aw, that's really sweet. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Excuse the voice crack. Of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. Oh, me too, Sarah. Once we have a German character... Thank you, MK. Iris, prosecutor? You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrayne is safely back in Germany. He is. Okay, the fade to black. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like... I'd be happy to advocate you. Ryu was doing this while he was asking that. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, he may be racist, but he's not a murderer. Me playing this case. Me too. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please. I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. Wow. This is a really interesting expression. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. That isn't what he wants. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. He's being very soon today. Me too a little, Tompiet. Unnecessary feelings, JPEG. Wow. What is that? Is that a red hair wig? Oh god, it's so cohesive. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people will find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. And the policemen are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oh, God. Dang, bitch, you live like this? What do you think you're doing down there? Every one of them drawers are to be taken out right so I can look underneath it all. The culprit's a wine bottle. Ah, with a wig. I want the space above the ceiling checked. And don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you lot ever gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Just you. Oh, that was... that little turn there with the upset face, that was adorable. Oh, you've turned up at last, mind you. I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that hat of his and just scarpered. He's finished already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? It's a great song, Bellatrix. The culprit is Eggert. Coming back to claim his song, too. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh. Oh. She's never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened. Thank you, Gina. What was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. What? It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes appeared, twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss until then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the Yard. Goodness, really? They say he emerged to solve some really tricky case just like that. He did, yup, and ever since then, he started going on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the Yard even really knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? It's Nico Robin's birthday? Oh! Happy birthday to the Queen. I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper in what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. It's Mewtwo's birthday. Only goats. Well, the boss said that's why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper because he only goes after people that are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Happy birthday, Dave. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. Well, I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the Yard piled down just to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Susato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? Here, Offie. Say one nice thing about Gregson. In seriousness, a lot of the subtext of his character I found really heartfelt. Like these little details about his relationship with Gina, some of it is very sweet. Some of the ways in which he looked at us, in particular, the soft spot he had for some people, I think they communicated that really well. And I think it enriches the character quite a bit. I see that's where the poor inspector was found over there. He loved fish and chips so much. Yes, that's right. They said it was a single bullet that did him in. Yeah, it's genuinely quite good. The little details in the relationship with him and Gina goes a long way. Apparently the bullet went straight through and struck the candle tree on the wall. It's blown one of the candles apart completely. He also had a banger theme, that's true. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Yes, and he played a really good plot role in 1.5, like Weaver talks about there. And he's definitely not shown as a purely good guy at all. Anyway, Fresno Street runs under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we'll be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. These lads at the yard just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'd be up for a grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Yeah, as a contrast for Gumshoe, he's really interesting and very different. Oh, whoops. No. Photo? It's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Quickly! Why do I feel like this woman is familiar? Oh, okay, I couldn't tell with the illustration. Okay, so she's juror number 2. Evie Vigil. Okay, why is that here? This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil here? Yeah, she doesn't have the hat nor the tons of jewels. True. I'll do another One Piece stream like that, Dave. I don't know if it'll be 100. Maybe it'll be 750 or something. Maybe it'll be sooner. If people are interested. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Yeah, Evie was the juror last case. Gregson was cheating on his fish and chips with Evie Vigil. Oh my god. Scandalous. I'm sorry to say I have no idea either. I think people will be very interested, Dr. AJ. I'd be interested. I'd be up for that. Cool. Then maybe. Like around 700, 800, somewhere there. I'll think about it. Because the list has already changed since then. Daly was cheating on Evie with Gregson. Yeah. Everything. Okay. Interesting. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. It hasn't been used in a long time. Okay. Okay. Zabouti Archipelago, New Bottom 1? Get out of here, Whiskey Peak. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. It's covered with scraps of paper. It's like that Always Sunny scene? Mr. Naruhodo, look! It's an autopsy report. There are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. In fact, they could be the sort of documents that only a detective would normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings? Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement. Why'd I say it like that? Advertisement, you mean. To the Redheaded League. What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Okay. Ladder? It does not, Bellatrix. It really does not. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Sir. Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. That's sad. Hold on, let's inspect this. Oh, okay. Yeah, this side is a bit more interesting than that side, I gotta say. The photo is really key, but like blood, body thing, a little toy, a gun, and a wig. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. All the ingredients needed for a fun night out. Exactly. I just need my little Scotland Yard toy, my gun, my wig, and blood. It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor there, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? Thank you for the follow, Junior Maka. It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. We should record it as evidence just in case. I agree. It's rather delightful, after all, in a way. Okay. This is the future conservatives want. Okay. It looks like someone's enjoyed twisting it around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too for fun? What? Ryu just twisted it for fun? And a key came out? It's tiny though, it couldn't be for a door, not at that size. Speaking of pegging, oh god. This is bizarre. A Tiny and simple key. What's the little key doing with the figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? This really is the pegging stream. It really is. This is presumably the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Where does it come from and where does it go? We love a good pegging stream? We do, we really do.
I've been talking to one that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
What did she just say? Sorry, hold on. What did Susie just say? There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! She's so earnest. Look at her. No, no, no. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me. Mr. Harunodo. Slightly safer, but just to ask someone who might know, I think. Okay. New murder case incoming? Indeed. Also, welcome in, Junior Maka. Oh, let me save. I haven't saved this stream at all. What was I gonna do? If you fire the gun, you could look at the ballistic marks on the bullet. You could. Let's do it. There we go. Right on cue, Tompiet. Oh, this is just the dialogue all over again. Okay. What is this? Is that just how guns were designed, or are designed? I don't know. All right. It's like a key ring, but for guns? Oh. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope was laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away, and would probably be under Dr. Slythe's scalpel by now if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Ain't that the truth? Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Everyone handles things differently. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right here next to where the body was found means that we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Presumably, you really put that in the court record? Do you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs? I love that video. Was Gregson the dead guy that Sholmes was trying to replace? Holy shit! That would be crazy. Sholmes killed Gregson to get into the club to pay his rent. Of course, Sarah. Will you wear wigs? I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. Have you? That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of birdlime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think? Okay. It looks like a flower. Yeah, bird lime? Okay. I think that's it. Oh wait, and the candle. The top on one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. How's it going, Son Gohan? How are you? Yes, there's wax splattered all over the wall. Look. Oh, is that our tribute to Gregson? Blow me? What's the alert? Hold on. What's the alert for blow me? Oh crap, hold on, I did my alerts wrong. Uh, 250. Right. I haven't made a live stream since Chimera Ant. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Lovely to have you. 420, Moria got a dumpy. Yeah. We've said some things on this stream. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle. What was 69 bits? Nothing 69 bits. I couldn't do anything at 69 bits because alerts show up at a minimum of 100. So I did 169. I mean, all the alerts are there. Big Mommy Goth Girlfriend, BDSM, Blow Me, No One Asked About Your Crotch, I think that one is. Moria got a dumpy, Objection. 666 is Why Does He Just... And you guys know the rest of that. I've been watching the Ace Attorney and Great Ace Attorney VODs. I'm glad you, well, sorry. I hope you've been enjoying them, Son Gohan. I have so many questions. Me too. Finish the sentence? Can you say the whole thing? Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. What's the 999 one? That one's a surprise. But I will say it has to do with an expletive uttered by a character from the Somnium Files. Okay. See ya, Briggs. Catch you Wednesday as well. I think I know. I think you do as well. Have a good rest of your day, Briggs. Thanks for stopping in. Okay. Let's just examine the candle. There's some black marks. Scorch marks. Okay. Alright. Cool. Where do we go now? I know, right, Offie? Horrible assumption. It's Somnium Files, it can be any character? It really can. Cancel me. See ya, Soul Samurai. Thank you as always. Have a great day. Okay. Prison? I guess not. Enjoy your reading. Where to? Where do I go? Oh, okay. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. AJ, you okay? I don't know. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Who would Van Zieks' favorite One Piece character be? I'll have to return to that one. Mihawk? I was thinking Mihawk, maybe. We traded Kazuma for Gregson and Van Zieks in jail. Pretty equal trade. Kazuma looking like a member of the scout regiment with those clothes and 2 swords. Oh, I didn't see that, but yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, we can go with Mihawk. Oh god. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson? Oh, true, Sarah, you're right. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. Why are you hiding Kazuma? Why is he chilling in the back here? Bring him to me. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable decision. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial's tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. You're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi will be present here at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Wait. I said, did I not say that? Holy shit, I said that exact thing. Oh, we gotta go back. I gotta bring you guys the receipts. I said that. I did say it. Holy shit. Oh my god. Why is he doing this, though? Like, what's going on? AJ, when you said I can't believe Kazuma's the new prosecutor, holy shit. Oh my god, this is so peak. This is amazing. Why is he doing it? That's crazy. They vacuum sealed his chest. As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor. Sorry, let me just quickly answer what Frost Maiden said. Attack on Titan was planned. I heard some comment from you in the last video about One Piece where you said that Attack on Titan was planned from the beginning. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Attack on Titan's plot is so clearly defined and executed in a way that certain events were clearly, that are revealed later, recontextualize the former events in ways that make it so clear that these events were planned from the beginning. That's all that I mean. Now, obviously, not every single plot event was planned out from the beginning. That wasn't what I was saying. But yeah, that's it. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? You're welcome. What are you doing standing in the back like that, you loser? Let me examine you. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Sorry, MK. You know what I mean. You were supposed to bring balance to the judicial system, not leave it in darkness. I love what I just did with Strongheart. I literally just went like, all right, excuse me. All right, Cosma. the music, including what I was coming here to do. Step aside, bitch. Right. Cosma-sama. Oh, Susato. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was, but there is something that won't return to the way it was before. What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Why? What is going on? What are you doing, you loser? Oh god, Hold on. We have to do the whole spiel again. Let me examine you again. Sorry for the double examination. All right, you freaking... You cryptic ass. What you got, Strongheart? I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. Oh boy. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, for the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Because he doesn't like you, AJ? I guess. He's just standing there. He is. Him and Van Zieks are built the same. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. For some reason, Cosmo's blinking is hilarious. I see what you mean. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Yikes. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? This is crazy. Before we were using Kazuma's spirit to help us against Van Zieks. Now we're against Kazuma to help Van Zieks. How the turntables. I've no doubt that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. True, Esper. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. Why? You asked for this, but why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented, quite exceptional in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Just tell us now, this is why I hate gay people. Kazuma, the last time you put off telling us important information, you died. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna die again, and we won't know. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. Ah, after all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke. I see. Let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. The last thing Kazuma said before he died was, "I think I might die again." That's one of the funniest lines of Persona 5, I swear. I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh boy. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know who it belongs to? Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask someone higher up. That's right, Mr. Nodohodo, be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually belong to the victim. Just look at Kazuma. I can't handle this. Sharing the Susato custody. They got divorced sharing this. Who would win, Van Zieks standing in his office or Kazuma standing in the Strongheart's office? I think that would be a duel of the ages. Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. True, Esper, very true. According to his story, he lost it. And before Ryo just doesn't take the case, oh, that would be wild. He just says, you know what, nah. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out. Now, how does this connect with juror number 2? With the vigils?
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryunosuke, what are you saying, Kazuma? What is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. And before he says all will be made clear tomorrow again, he will. But I had another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow, I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? Yo, epic! Epic! I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. Or would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Have a look at this. Oh my god. He's smiling. Hold on, let me move my camera. Let me move the backdrop too. Oh my god. Look at that. This is actually making me emotional right now. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. Look at Gregson. Oh my god. This is killing me. So, Clint, oh no. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper... Yeah, who is it? Gregson's office? You might find that some street talking makes him take a different view. Okay. Getting flashbacks to Ryu and Iris saying that Van Zieks was too ugly to be Clint. They really slandered him. They really just dragged him. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Oh god, oratorio. What is this? What did I say here? Mikotoba. Just tell us now. This is why I hate gay people. Mikotoba. I was reading a comment! I was reading a comment from, I think that was Sarah. I can't believe I'm being framed for Sarah. This is unbelievable. Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? It'll all be revealed tomorrow. Look at these losers. Oh my god. I'm sick of you. I'm out. Let's convince Van Zieks. Read your damn thing. I'm sick of all these characters. Tell me the truth. Stop being stupid dramatic. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. I never said that, AJ. Stop blaming me for what... I'm fed up with this world. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. Cancel me, Offie. Cancel me. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Why are you dragging him? It's the only thing he has while he's in prison. You people. I was intending to ignore you entirely. I'd hate to be the next Great Ace Attorney character who's vague around AJ. You would. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Yeah, that's Ryu's favorite pastime. Talking shit about Van Zieks right in front of him. Sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had just had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial's set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you. In other words, no. Me too, hey Lux. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Oh. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face? Sure, Propinkist. Sure, no worries. What you got? Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. God damn it. Present the article about the redheaded league to him? Okay. Yeah, the theme, his theme, it really is a meme, isn't it? Okay, so this one? Yeah. Peak Van Zieks cringe. Oh, I love it. Let's do it. It's not for me. That's not why I was showing you it. I suppose if it was a black-headed league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair could not be described as black as... could no more be described as black as it could red. Is he upset by this? Whoa. What? What is he doing? What colored league should I then join? Ugh. What colored league must I join? There's no vampire league. He's so distressed. What is he doing? People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times. Oh my god. Van Zieks triple S automatically. Why is there no bluish, grayish, purplish league? All he really wants is just to be in some sort of hair league. That was amazing. Literally in jail for murder, and this is what he's distressed by. That was amazing, Propinkus. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. And now to give him some less distressing news. So, Clint? Oh, me too. I'm so glad you told me about that, Propinkus. Yeah, in jail for murder, and he's... like, everything else sets him off, and especially the being in his own hair color league. It is, MK. It absolutely is. Okay. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? This is so sweet. I can't handle how much I love this photo. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? That's my brother, Clint. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Gina. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. Oh my god, they were brothers in arms. I feel as though I've gotten a nice glimpse of the past too then. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. They keep restarting, yeah, they keep stopping and restarting the theme for no reason at all. "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. He had quite an impact on you, didn't he? So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. Hey, Mr. Wolfos. Sorry if I didn't say hi earlier, if I missed it. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. Okay, son Gohan. Have a great rest of your day. Hope you enjoy the VODs. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Cosmo recovered from his amnesia. It better. If it's not, 0 out of 10, Propinkist. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. Another voice crack. The bane is that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese. No worries, Mr. Wolfos. I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer, the so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. So, about your racism. Exactly, that was Genshin Asogi. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Reminiscence, Van Zieks? Yeah, I guess that's all there is to it, Offie. How awful. I love this song. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor... Lord Strongheart. Holy shit. Wait, what? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential. Anyway, time passed, but earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for many years, the hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Is he, though? I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I wish I could fester inside Van Zieks. If you say so, Absabius. Gregson's transfer to the police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often, being transferred internationally? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like the mystery that that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about the Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. The music? Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. Really? Well, look, Barak was so upset about not being in the hair club, but him, Evie, and Daly could be in the same one. Okay. Grayish hair league. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined that it was necessary. Determined that it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene? Ah yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it? That, I don't know. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose, or left it somewhere. That's really weird. That's really weird. And Susato slanders the man in jail. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this, Nipponese. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? I don't really see it that way, Tompiet. I just think it was... like, the sentiment is very clear. It doesn't come off to me as justifying racism at all. The translation didn't get it perfectly, but I know what they're talking about, so it's not a problem at all to me. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, surely, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. He just thought, why would I need this trash, and left it in a drawer for 10 years? Mr. Naruhodo. The smartest Ace Attorney characters will pass along the dumb brain cell when it's time to forget things about their supposed crime. Oh. That's the first time he's ever used my actual name. Yeah, the wording was definitely not ideal, but I know, given the context of everything, that's not what they were going for. So it doesn't bother me. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or the lawyers. But there's one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. They've restarted his theme like 10 times. This conversation. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Yes, this photograph. For you, yes. Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. Wow. Yeah, I love this sequence. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, believe again. I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Oh my god! Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey against my friend Kazuma. It's a great concept, Ramuki. Twitch, stop it! Yeah, I haven't dropped any frames, so I think that's Twitch's fault. Cancel Twitch. 24-hour stream? No, but we are gonna. I do want to start the trial. There's that old familiar feeling again. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll start the trial, at least for a little bit, before ending stream. Yeah, let me quickly go to the bathroom, take a stretch, you guys get a drink of water, hydrate, take a stretch yourself, go to the bathroom if you need to, and we'll be back. Wednesday seems so far away. Well, we're gonna do more today. We'll do more today. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Cancel your subs. Twitch doesn't deserve your money. Well, hold on there. Hold on there. Let's not go that far, you know? Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Chaos.
Alrighty. Hold on. I'm just retweeting myself. Welcome in, Juno Vermilion. Yeah, we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue for a little bit. We'll see how far we can get. And I just noticed Sarah gifting out a 10 bomb randomly. I missed a 10 bomb right after I left. Thank you so much, Sarah. Lepenion, how's it going? How's it going? Thank you so much. Hello there. Thank you so much, Sarah. I was not expecting that when I came back. Thank you very much. If you got a sub gifted to you, I hope you already said thank you to Sarah, or say thank you now. Enjoy your emotes, your lack of ads, and your badges. Thank you very much. Thank you so much again, Sarah. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's go. Let's see. We'll start the trial at least. We'll start the trial. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. Wow, I thought we had cleared a hurdle, but he's still slandering him. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken, this trial is far from ordinary. What did you mean? Or what do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however, I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like... Hold on, I need a water bottle. Sorry. The trial of the professor 10 years ago? A closed court. What the hell is going on? Where did you come from? Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes! Your hair! Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well... I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. I take it that he paid his rent. I take it as well. How could you possibly forget, Ryu? I don't know. I don't know. What about his hair? I'm scared to watch the VOD now. Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh? When in the VOD does the hair happen? I mean, my reaction to the first one is near the beginning. Basically the beginning of my first dialogue with him. If you scroll through and just find me talking to him, just go to the beginning of that. Oh yeah. Van Zieks is fanboying so hard right now. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. Wow. The two best characters interacting? This is unbelievable. I'm sorry, Sarah. I didn't want to spoil that part, but I mean... They're just complimenting each other. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, I choose to think they could be being sarcastic to each other, Ramoki, but I choose to think that they're at least a little genuine. A tiny bit. I'll miss Gregson and Nishome's banter, me too. There is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. Okay, that is dripped with sarcasm. What an honor. And that would be... Your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Aw, Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer is a very great mind, my own... Oh. Nice, nice. Oh, you're right, Advin. It slipped my mind. I'm sorry. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. 2 goats? Gina! What's that on her arm? A mourning band? Father, shouldn't you be... at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Isn't our last dialogue with Gregsy was him giving us the autopsy? Was it? I don't even remember. Odo? No way would Van Zieks take Herlock serious ever. My guy is racist and ableist. Okay, fair. You know what? Fair. But I'd like to think that Sholmes is being a little genuine. I think he's being a little genuine. Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day, and if it turns out that it was him that killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least there may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Odo. I don't know about that, Offie. People have been contributing to it lately. It's pretty high up there in percentage. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh my gosh. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Hey, Hailing. We'll be going for a little bit longer. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Sorry, Kay, I did see it. I just, had forgotten to respond to it. I totally agree. It makes it feel very dynamic. And it keeps me on my toes. I don't really know what to expect at all. And, what are the dynamics between characters gonna be in this way? It's really cool. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Van Zieks. Yeah, everyone's roles are shuffled. Like Kay says, it's a perfect square. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. I love how they show Sholmes there. Can't believe Van Zieks pulled an Edgeworth? Me neither! I couldn't believe it, Hailing. This is awesome so far, this case. I genuinely love it. Offie, I think you may have been underrating it. I'm enjoying myself thoroughly. Like, it is, the stuff that's going on is just so wild. And the quiet noise. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak Van Zieks. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh god. Oh god. Kazuma-sama. Ah, that's very nice, Kay. Show him his truth, he's just like Leorio. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. Yeah, he had to throw in the more than antagonist. Has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may be unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary, or may have. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present. Welcome in, Sardinias. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant, so no summation examination. Damn, chat are extra thirsty for Cosmo today. I dig it. This is the energy we need. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. He is really hot, Kazuma. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. Thank you, Erm. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes, given that we're both aliens, as he said. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well, let us commence. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. Good God! Oh my God! No wonder this case is long. He pulled out the Dead Sea Scrolls. What's he doing? This incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was the building of the flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Oh, it was amazing, Offie. I love it. And him putting his faith in us, finally. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of the country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses saw it? Okay. It is, Offie, it is. What if Kazuma slashes Van Zieks or Ryu's hair? He better not. He better not. This is no ouchie case. Their hair is perfect. I have a plan of the room. Okay. He was curled up in that corner. It's believed that he was shot at point-blank range and died instantly. Ryu doesn't have a sword anymore. Good God. R.I.P. indeed, Hailing. R.I.P. indeed. Oh yeah, Sarah, also, that's a big thing as well. Sarah really walked into, like... It's a routine for Sarah to walk into stuff with Great Ace Attorney, but this has to be the most extreme one. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks on the entry wounds. Scorch marks caused by the gunpowder to fire the bullet. Oh, whoops. Okay, that only happens when it's at close range. I say yes. Yeah, the Troy Barnes pizza gif, perfect. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. By the way, I don't think I said this. We have a new emote. Is Cosma ripped, or is the... Sorry, hold on. Let me just show the new emote first. We have the queen. Is Cosmo ripped, or are that pixels being weird? Cosmo's ripped. Cosmo's ripped. We have the queen herself as an emote, as a follower emote. So I forgot to mention that at the beginning. Ballistic indeed. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence. I thought she was being snarky when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at an extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of the candles was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime as evidence, please. As you wish. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there's precious little furniture inside and is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. Arrested on the spot. Okay. The prosecution would like to call its first witness. Wasn't there no witnesses? A name, please? Naturally. The accused himself. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, you're being big brain. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Oh, sorry, there were multiple witnesses. Sorry. I got confused. I was trying to say there was no other like, they caught him red-handed, and... Ignore what I just said. Ignore what I said. I got the case totally turned around in my mind. I thought it was the other way, and they just found him. Yeah, I got it. Witness, state your name and occupation. Barak Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening precis? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yeah, I mean, I'm here. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. Getting feisty, right away. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. See ya, Offie. I'll probably miss your reaction to one of the best songs in the game. Oh, damn. Are we going to get to it this stream? We'll see. We're not going to go for much longer, but yeah, we'll go for a little bit for sure. I did want to get the trial started. Have a good one, if you come back and we're done. Your formal testimony then, witness? Yeah, judge is deeply disappointed. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries led me to that address. Why were you investigating him? Entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. Offie is now Offie. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Okay. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. Kazuma! Who is this man? I thought you were my mute apprentice. Prosecutors, please stop picking up firearms after hearing gunshots. Yeah, it never turns out well. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself. Very well. Counsel, you may begin. I don't really know what to get at. There were a couple that were really vague. Yeah, we need Polly, Hailing. We need Polly ASAP.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Yeah, I was thinking that, Kay. I was thinking that as well. Because, like, it is jarring to see Kazuma like this, but I was thinking, I think he does that, I think he acts very similarly in going after Ouchie. And Giselle, yeah. So it's just being on the other side of it. I love that Estinian's voice actor voices Van Zieks. Me too. He's fantastic as Estinian. And I love that he voices such a great character here too. Especially number 3, Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? Van Zieks, the Old Bailey Dragoon. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. Yeah, it's easy for me to forget MK, but he really is just like that. Yeah, that's the only difference. The shoe is on the other foot. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. Yeah, it's weird, CL. We're supposed to defend Van Zieks, but like I don't really know what to point at here. We're cross-examining for faults in his testimony. It's very strange. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. He read his diary. So in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize the British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? Okay, talk about the gunshot. Alright, Hailing. Who fired the gun? Enjoy the lurk? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. Well, you say it was very dark. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Then it could be that the gunshot was actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. With the point? He's just sticking with the point there? Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. Oh. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver? This is awkward. Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was careless on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard from the firearm came from the firearm that you took. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Ugh. The one where he slaps the... it's one of those very weak slaps. I like that one too. This was a mistake. This isn't going too well. Yeah, it's a common theme for sure, oratorio. What man?
Hold it!
What man screamed? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right, one of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? Whose mans? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, newsmonger, and a peddler, they've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion, and I was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. And was able. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. We pressed this one, and I think the fourth one? No, we pressed the third one. Let's just press them all, I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to contradict. I don't see anything.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would have only just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light has found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there's a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. There is a small desk in the room just there. That's where the photograph was? Yeah, in the lamp. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. I don't know. Let's see. There is this key from the figurine. I've got to keep that in mind. Okay.
Hold it!
Did he just scowl at me because I told him to hold it? What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. What? As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection.
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused Barak van Zieks is lying on multiple fronts. That was Cosmo's theme right in the beginning, right? Oh my god! Oh, that's so good with the variations of his theme in the back. Oh. Oh. That's so good. It's like a twisted, darkened version of Cosmo's theme. Yeah, it's wrong, exactly. Yeah. This is so cool. It represents him in this place in the story. Him in this point in the story, sorry. His role. The dark, twisted nature of it. What is going on? Listening to this theme alone spoils this entire game. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god. What's that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? Ah, I see, Tompiet. Oh, I love it. In his testimony just now, he claimed to have failed to notice the victim's body because the room was too dark. Oh, really? Propincus, that's crazy. But I mean, the temptation definitely would have been... Excuse me, the temptation definitely would have been there to show it off, right? Right here? The leitmotif, yep. The name of this theme is called The Revived Prosecutor. Okay, I'm downloading it ASAP. Thank you, CL. Yeah, I know. I wasn't gonna look up anything. Don't worry. Don't worry. I wasn't gonna look up any like the way I get the songs. It's spoiler safe, so don't worry. Thank you though. I really appreciate that. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. Oh, I see. If you examine the top of the candle, you can see it was blown off by a powerful impact. Oh, I can tell, Nora. I can tell. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly at a different length. Yes, I can see that the only candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. Why is only one long? Then maybe because it was extinguished when the others were still burning. There we go, yeah. He does have 4, doesn't he? Like the two are playing the game now, right, AJ? He pointed a contradiction and objected using evidence. True, yeah. He did our thing. He did our thing. Ugh. Oh my god, this is such a banger. Holy shit, how am I supposed to think? The victim's body would have been illuminated. Right, okay. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body contradicts those facts. Oh god, he's doing the thing we do. And now to the next lie. Oh god, he's not even finished. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board, discovered top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, arguably still not the best song in the game. There's more on this level. Oh my god. They included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all the documents on that board. What is it, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today. Because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. This right here? That part of the leitmotif? Oh. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Oh, thank you, Oratorio. I'm gonna copy that. Sorry, I missed, what do you say? The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim to have never been at his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is we've been looking at it backwards. That is what makes Kazuma so great as a prosecutor. He prosecutes while utilizing his knowledge as an ex-defense attorney. He knows where to poke holes, right? Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Grayson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. And I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. Why must you shut off the music? Reminds me of Godot. Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with known facts. Come on, Barak, what are you doing? All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney. Yeah, exactly what we just said. And it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the evidence that you just showed the court as evidence. You will submit the board, sorry, as evidence. Okay. Thank you, my lord. All right. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. The street sellers. Okay. Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. That was a disaster. Why are you bowing like this? That was horrible. You better be paying me double. Oh. Oh, look. Oh! The boy! So, witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. Beppo! We're free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. He's alive! Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Thank you, Esper. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel, it is. 6p is the price, and not a penny less. He's hustling. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Cosmo really told us to do it. Pay the man, counsel. What is going on? All right, 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slade Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? Pay the man! I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Damn. You don't have to drag him like that. Namely, that unusual bruise. Oh. Oh, yeah, holy crap. I didn't even notice that. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What do you say? Careful! Okay. Well, I mean, that's still pretty risky. You weren't exaggerating with the little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. That was a cute animation, especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Whoa, that was less cute. Less cute, more based. I'm kidding. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What do you say then, eh? Want to part with this 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Oh god, he's gonna get one. I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman, give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel! Alright, I'll try one, or buy one. Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra, just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence. 600! It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Really? Okay. And last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand out there in the street watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observator. The Observator? Observator? Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you this, you sandwich, and you know it. Just had a thought, eh? You cooking something, Sarah? So you don't actually sell anything. A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Why is that a truth bullet moment? Yes, definitely. Yeah, I don't know why we have firecrackers in our court record. I don't get it. Susato just suggested that we blow it up right now. Ooh. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. That's the gunshot. There. Okay. I see it. I see it. Ooh, red handprint? It looks just like a handprint, and the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Alright, we're cooking. Caught red-handed, if you will. Okay. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord, and always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they were very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime. I'm not booing, MK. No chance. Well, I'll be beggared, I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what... De Milo? What am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if we all see light and shadow, praying with our eyes, is any of it real? How can mirrors be real, if our eyes are real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Of course, MK. We saw the whole thing start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building. Everything? I don't know about that. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside when we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in his hand, looking over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran out to find a copper. Okay. There are things we can do. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? That's what I was thinking. Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused Baroque Van Zieks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. Cowboy Beppo? Cowboy Bebop? Greater than Cowboy Bebop? Yes. Based. They're unoccupied, okay. So that's the only room in the building that was currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name is Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed. Okay, there are a couple. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow. Okay, like right off the bat. Start to finish, right? When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair than that? With hair like that? Gregson? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks. That fiery red mop still burnt in the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute, you're saying that the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. That's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. Okay. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared. What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay. Poor Gregsy. Okay, so we did the first one. It was less than a minute. We might want to press this one. I don't think there's much to press here. I ran into the room and there he was. The details of this are important. Okay, let's do this one in the second one. Yeah, the second one. There we go.
Hold it!
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? Whoops. That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did, and yelled out, "What's going on here?" Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was a man scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning all on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zieks claims to not have seen any such lights on the wall. There's something weird going on here. What is going on? The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused Baroque Van Zieks. Like, the body suddenly appeared. The details with the room. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. True, Sarah. I guess that's true. What you got, buddy?
Excuse me.
Something weird going on? In my Ace Attorney? Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I just think that maybe you remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is we're all nothings, really. We're all trying to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. Deep. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut. For now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. Okay. That's it? You rotten beggar, I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. He screamed and scrambled off on all fours, that's what I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Oh! But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's go back just a little. You sure you got blood in your hand? I did, It happens to us at the best of times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm gonna have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. If I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Okay. Well, okay, I was gonna say we're gonna end here, but I think I can contradict this. Let me just contradict this quick. I wiped it on the floor. No, he wiped it on the notice board, right? I'm pretty sure. Let's just try presenting.
Objection.
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure? Well, what else would you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection.
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations.
Objection.
If you listen, you'll find out. Oh shit, oh shit. If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Tension? Talk that shit. The boys are fighting. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint and blood left clearly at the scene on the back of this notice board. Yes, indeed, indisputably a handprint on the distinctive color of blood, or in the distinctive color of blood. You're dead right, that's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere. Not actual... What did that say? Not actual hero? The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection.
He just said that. He just said it. Not if the board itself has fallen over to the floor. Okay. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of this room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room as the victim and in the upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here for which there must be a reason. I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Whoa, God. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy... I would guess another handprint. If Mr. Gossip ended up with blood on his hand and wiped it off at the floor as he says, it must have left a mark somewhere. Just as a mark has been left behind on the back of the notice board.
Objection.
The prosecution has already established that the handprint on the board is irrelevant. Exactly, which means there must be another handprint somewhere. Oh, he's upset. No, the police report made no mention of a handprint anywhere on the floor. And I understand that you've examined the scene in person, too. If you'd come across anything the police had missed, how do you explain the cold sweat? What? Shit. Damn it. That sweat was just from the warm-up. What? There should be a bloody handprint on the floor, so where did it go? Clown AJ moment? Don't you dare. I do pretty well with Great Ace Attorney. I do pretty well. If I'm a clown, you're all clowns. We're all clowns if I'm a clown for getting one thing wrong. Okay, so it's got to be the board moving then. Who are we but clowns? The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing outwards. To our future careers in the circus. Wait, what does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, music drop, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. Not hot actual hero? What does that say? You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard thus far, we can now be clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. Where do you maintain the notice board was... it was, like, here, was it not? Because if he's found it, went back, it was to the, like, right in front of it, right? Here comes the next penalty. Oh. This is the only possible location. I remember when I played this case, I kept telling Kazuma to fuck off over and over. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body. By heck! If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. Come back to me when I get a little further into it, Dave. I'm still pretty early in. The body would have been completely hidden from view.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or his precise words. The door flew, okay. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me, and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room were thrown open with force. It would knock over. So it's exactly where I picked, Pro Pinkist. It's exactly where I picked, because it had to have been on the ground anyway. You guys are trying to clown on me. But I'm pretty good at this game. I got it on lock. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told me nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. What? I still don't know what that thing says. Hot actual hero? Not actual hero? Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, someone must have righted the board and moved it. Get shit on, Kazuma. Into the position, yeah, where we saw when we were investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I got the message. Okay. It says hot actual hero. I don't think anyone knows what it's supposed to mean. Okay, good, because I have no clue. Okay, guys, I think we're going to stop for here today. I think today's case 4 is absolutely insane, and I don't think my brain can take thinking through another testimony. So I think we're going to end here for today. Almost 5 hours, not bad. I'm very excited for Wednesday, too. His pose, yeah, this is the perfect pose to stop on. Thank you guys for coming out, as always. Oh my god. This is terrifying. Fair and valid, and I'm hyped for Wednesday. Cool, Nora. Thank you guys for coming out. Really enjoyed as always. This case is incredibly insane. I can't wait to see where it goes. What is Kazuma cooking? What is he doing? Alright, Dave, maybe on Wednesday? Ask me again on Wednesday about Fire Emblem Engage. Also, you didn't ask me the top 5 Xenoblade characters. And I'll have an answer for you on Wednesday, Dave. But yes, I'll see you guys on Wednesday, where we will continue Case 4. Have a great rest of your day, guys. A great start to your week. And yeah. Okay, the raid. Yeah, there's no one. Yeah, we won't raid for today. We'll raid Wednesday. Thank you guys. Have a great start to your week. Bye.